have 3 minutes to talk about what Brazil and UK have achieved in partnership and what are the expectations for COP30. The speeches will follow the order with the ambassadors starting first. So good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for Instituto Clima e Sociedade for inviting me for this event and is happy to be here with you today. I just would like to introduce my colleagues that are here, and they come from the United Kingdom. Matt Toombs, Director of the Ministry of Energy Security and Carbon Neutrality. Andrew Ledward, Director of the Ministry of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. And Debbie Palmer, Director of the Ministry of Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. I would like to welcome everybody and also our friends here from Brazil. So this partnership for us is very important. It was signed last year with the Brazilian government, and we are increasing our partnership also with civil society. So this event is very important to us and to deepen even more our partnership. So we are partnerships in the area of science and climate and biodiversity. But I'm not very competitive. But 2 and 3 is not very good for me. We want to go further because we believe that the vision of Brazil is very important in this area. And we would like to help not only with words, but with concrete actions. So, when the United Kingdom was invited to join the Amazon Fund, we did it with 60 million pounds. We are helping the COP, and we have demonstrated that we will include another 105 million pounds. We are expending more than 500 million pounds here in Brazil in the area of climate, biodiversity, and energy, and we want to strengthen our relationship even more in other areas. We are working with other organizations and with our partnerships to connect with the Climate Change Committee and others, and we are working to connect our scientific communities as well in our projects in Brazil. And the greatest project is about tropical forests. And we are doing these concrete actions in our relationship. But I believe that this is just the beginning. So I would like to thank the partnership with Brazil, the federal government, the civil society, and let's rush because time urges. So thank you very much. And I hope you have a very fruitful day. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for your kind words. And now, Maria Neto, the Executive Director of ICS. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for us to be here, collaborating with the UK government, also with the Brazilian government. I believe that we have a very big opportunity of having exchange nationally and internationally. And part of our role is to foster this space with civil society, the private sector, with the government, and to be able to talk about solutions that can increase even our ambition here, not only domestically, but internationally. We have a lot to learn and exchange with the UK. We see many opportunities with this collaboration that we will have here in different panels today. And we see the part of the financial systems, the carbon market joining also us, and also in the agenda that is common to all of us. Brazil is with this important leadership for the next 2 years. We have the G20 with the Brazilian presidency with important initiatives like the Climate Task Force led by André, and the finance part with many important points to leverage investment so that we can promote climate. And also, we have the important part in the agenda, which are the initiatives in bioeconomy here for Brazil, solutions that are nature based. And also, we consider it very important to the adaptation to climate, that also is important to our country. And for Brazil, in addition to this leadership, because COP30 will be very important with a big demand and importance, we hope to be able to maintain these efforts. And this includes two important topics. We have a national vision where we must be the leaders of the event. And for this, we are here as ICS to help this happen. And also, we have to help with the opportunities of promoting Brazil as a bridge, a neutral country that can bring other countries to the table to talk. And we need to have this vision in the future. And I believe that all of this brings moments like this of concrete exchanges. And we have this position, and we have to see how we can move further. And we have a lot to thank with this collaboration of the UK. We know very well all the work that you have been doing and promoting these points, and we can count on our support in this incentive. Now, without further ado, I turn the floor to our panelists. Thank you very much, Maria Neto, and now Karina Nascimento. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, celebrating our partnership, our alliance with the British government, and also strengthening the ties that we have in terms of collaboration in areas that are a priority for the Brazilian government, domestically and internationally. And we have to strengthen these ties in different spheres, especially in the agenda that I am a leader, the part of bioeconomy from the Ministry of the Environment. We have with the government's actions to develop a policy to meet the points that we are talking about in the agenda of climate, diversity, and sustainable development of the country. Bioeconomy is one of the points that can contribute, and it's important to Brazil to develop public policies. And this partnership with the British Embassy has been very fruitful. In the beginning, last May, when we started this approach, we celebrated common topics with the embassy, and the embassy has been a leader betting in several agendas with us, and this has strengthened us so that we can have technical cooperations to support our efforts together with civil society, the academia. These are important links that have accumulated a lot of knowledge throughout these years where this topic was not very much tackled in higher spheres of the government. At this moment, it's important to be able to do this, and our cooperation starts with this principle to support with direct projects aligned in the same direction, but also supporting on the feedback and works of cooperation with public policies. I'm very happy with this partnership. It goes beyond several points in our secretariat, and we have to celebrate with the support of the British government to the Amazon Fund and this important strategy to increase the funds available for this development, and also to thank for all the cooperations that we received last year. The scientific development in the area of economy is very important, and all the programs that we had with the help of the British government. This helps to implement the law of biodiversity here in Brazil. And we did exchange with these countries showing that cooperation can be unilateral and bilateral because we are on the same space and we are looking for the same points. I would like just to thank and wish a very good conversation that will be very good in the event that we are having today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karina. And now at the end, but as important as our ambassador will speak. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. We, it's a good signal of we are representing here two countries that are very strong democracies with all the complexities that this brings together and with some difficulties for some situations. But I believe that we are celebrating today several things that were achieved despite all the challenges that are so complex. But what I believe is very interesting is this variety of actions that are being implemented by our countries, starting with the Amazon Fund, which is very important. It has a dimension that is not only symbolic, but something that has a very important meaning. But what the Amazon Fund can do is just part of what we can do in rethinking the Amazon with the Amazon people and guarantee that the alternatives that we can bring and contribute are attractive and can contribute to create a new reality in the region. This is extremely important. By other dimensions, also, our countries have very strong agendas in terms of energy, science, and technology, some with long time collaborations, but we believe and we feel that the British government wants to increase this collaboration. That's why what you said makes me very happy because I believe that there is a lot of space for us to increase this relationship. As you all know, the climate issue is a core to the Brazilian government. The authorities are fully convinced, not only with the emission 1.5, but we are convinced that science and technology should be the main guide of what we are going to do with climate. But democracy is also an essential element so that we can achieve this in a legitimate way, and the government are engaged nationally and internationally to guarantee this coherence. And it is not necessarily easy because we are also having to do things because of the urgency. I believe that the last weeks have shown with many pieces of information and data that there is an urgency on what we have to do. So we have to rethink many of the things and many of the paths that we have tread. And if there is something that has to be changed, is this approach. And I believe that not only in the negotiations about climate change, but also in the Convention of Climate Change and in the Paris Agreement, this urgency will be very present in the actions that we are going to take, and where we want to bring additional elements. And we have to remember that G20 is a structure that it's totally different from a negotiation in the United Nations. In the United Nations, it's only totally international, totally effective. Even sometimes it seems a little slower than we would wish, but G20 has another dimension. It's more political, more dynamic. So Brazil will try to achieve not only a coherence, but also a way of strengthening all the processes that we are going to go through in the next coming 2 years. that is G20, but also BRICS Plus. Brazil will have the presidency of the BRICS Plus next year, and COP30. And one of the things that we see is that COP30 is already going on. And just like COP28 decided to create this trial, that is the Emirates, Azerbaijan, and Brazil already working to guarantee the development of the UNDCs, that Brazil can include, the countries have include these objectives. So COP30 has already started. I am reasonably involved in this, and I believe that we need to have this feeling that this process is moving forward, and without civil society, without the business community, we won't reach not even close of what we need to do. So I'm very happy to be here, and I congratulate the embassy and all the others who are here, that we can congregate around this objective. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. I want to thank for the opening panel. I would like Maria to close the event, and we are going to celebrate new projects that will start now. And I would like to start to the stage our directors for a photo. So please, Debbie Palmer, Andrea Ledward, would you come to the stage?
Just inviting you to the stage so that we can pass on to our moment of celebration of our new program, so that we can get the photos with you in as well. Então, o primeiro projeto.
So the first project for today is our project about bioeconomy. Please standing. It's a project with Karina Nascimento, our secretary, and I would like to call to our stage our partners implementing the project, the CEBEDS and the consortium of implementation, so that we can take a picture, please.
E a gente vai ouvir pouco sobre cada desses
And we
projetos.
will hear a little bit about of each of these projects in the panel about agriculture and finance and climate action. But now, Secretary Claudinha Pinheiro won't be able to stay with us, so I would like to invite her for a small speech.
Thank you very much. I've already spoken in my first talk, but I'd like to thank all the work that you've done with us to support the implementation with technical teams in the implementation of the national policy of bioeconomy. We're working with a number of cabinets. And this technical support brings to the government subsidies that come from the civil society and businessmen in a number of industries. And we have established a constructive dialogue, because this is one of the principles of government, so to do public policies with the participation of other stakeholders. And the government needs technical support, and a number of embassies have granted us their support, and now we have technical support to speed up the project. So thank you once again. Thank you very much, the partners. Now I'd like to have on the stage the ambassadors and directors. We're now going to talk about the project with the Science and Technology Ministry. Marcio Rojas, please come to the stage together with the representatives of the Talanoa Institute and NINT.
Por favor, ao palco.
Come to the stage, and this next project supports our climate change portfolios to
uma estratégia de finanças verdes
work
voltada ao
with the strategy of green finance
tecnologia e das estratégias de atração de
and
tecnologias para o Brasil.
the strategies of the arrival of technologies to Brazil. So once again, I'd like to invite you to the picture.
Acho que perdemos o Márcio, mas a gente vai ouvir do colega do Ministério de Ciência e Tecnologia do
And
nosso
now we're going to hear from our colleague from the Technology and Science Ministry.
Muito bem, muito obrigada. Então, os parceiros,
Thank
por
you very much.
favor, deixem o palco. E o próximo
So if you could
projeto
leave the stage,
de hoje
and the
é o
next
projeto
project
do Ministério da Fazenda e
is a project that we have with the Finance Ministry. So I'd like to invite the Undersecretary of Economic and Fiscal Affairs of the Ministry of Finance, João Paulo Rezende, and the Special Advisor of the Ministry of Finance, Carolina Grotera, and the representatives of AIA and Systemic.
enquanto isso, eu convido
So
os
very
parceiros
quickly,
da Fazenda estarem aqui a posto para a próxima.
so that we can have your picture taken.
Deu certo, aí vai. Celebramos em seguida.
Okay,
Muito
we're
obrigada.
celebrating it in a matter of seconds. Thank you very much. Now we're going to follow with the Ministry of Finance Undersecretary and the representatives of ION and Systemic.
Por favor, ao palco. E a gente
Please come to the stage. We're very happy that you're here, particularly the ecological transformation plan. And this is one of the core visions of Brazil towards transformation. So we're very happy that we have the UK supporting this process. And we're going to hear from the Ministry of Finance in the second part of the morning. Thank you very much. Moving on, we're going to celebrate another project that we're going to start with the BNDES. So I'd like to invite Claudia Prates and the representatives of CPI and Way Carbon, who are the implementation parties in this project. And I say that this is one more project that we have with the BNDES because we have a long track record of partnerships with the BNDES. So this time around, we're going to look at strengthening BNDES climate finance flows. And we know that BNDES is essential in Brazil's climate change policy. So we have a number of other projects with the BNDES, but this is yet one more.
Muito obrigada aos parceiros.
Thank you very much.
E o próximo projeto que a gente vai celebrar na manhã de hoje é o projeto que a gente tem com a Caixa Econômica Federal.
And now let's talk about the project with the Caixa Econômica so that we can strengthen our relationship. So, Executive Director of Sustainability of Caixa Econômica Federal, Jean Rodrigues Benavides, please come to the stage. And the representatives of the Talanoa Institute and NINT. We follow on with the good partnerships. Well done. So again, this is a project called Brazil Towards Low Carbon to strengthen the sustainability criteria for financing of projects in their pipeline. And we're very happy. This is yet another part of our finance portfolio. Thank you very much. Claudia, thank you very much. And we need the money to flow through, so we're very happy. The next project is with the Agriculture Ministry and the Finance Ministry. So Luciano Matos, please, Coordinator of Productive Forests, and Gilson Bittencourt, Undersecretary of Farming Policies, and together, Imaflora and Carbon Trust representatives. Thank you. And this is one more project that brings great joy to us because it's about incentiving rural credits so that we can strengthen the flow of rural credit to small producers. And we know that this is key to transform farming in Brazil. So one more part of our portfolio, which gives us great joy to have your support. Thank you. And we'll move on. I'd like to invite to the stage FUNAI, the Director of Territorial Protection of FUNAI, Janete Carvalho, and the representatives of two organizations. We did a public call and we designed support to FUNAI within the areas that they determined as important to strengthen the territorial environmental management in indigenous lands. So we are now announcing the parties or the implementing parties of this project, TNC and COIAB. So let's give them a round of applause. We're very happy to have their support. This was not an easy selection project, but we know that we have a very strong consortium and we trust it will be very successful. And finally, we're going to talk about a project combo to support Brazilian states. So we have 3 new projects, and I'd like to invite to the stage the representative of BDNG, representing Minas Gerais, together with Way Carbo and Centro Brasil do Clima. So we have 3 projects. This one with the state of Minas Gerais to mobilize green investments to the state of Minas Gerais. But in addition, we had representatives who could not make it, but we want to celebrate them. So we're celebrating this project to the implementation for the states of Mato Grosso, São Paulo, and Pernambuco in partnership with the Climate Policy Initiative and the Climate Group. And so here we want to strengthen the commitments that were made with these states. So moving on from COP26, these states have made a commitment to work on their climate change plans, and we're going to support these states to deliver on their commitments. So a round of applause. And still talking about the states, we also want to celebrate a technical project for Mato Grosso. So I'd like to invite the president of the Institute of Climate Change of Acre, Leonardo Carvalho, and the head of the International Programs and Projects Unit of the Environmental Secretariat of Mato Grosso, Lígia Vendramin, and the partners. So this shows that our project portfolio is working very close to the federal government and with the priorities of the Brazilian government, but also looking at subnational governments, that is our states. Thank you very much. And now we've concluded our portfolio that we're launching today. And this comes to add to a portfolio that we already have in a number of other areas. And now I pass the floor back to Cynthia. Now, these projects represent an advance on the 5 themes: green growth, that we've committed to. We're talking about climate governance, climate change, forests, biodiversity, sustainable farming, energy, and decarbonization of the industry, and finance flow. And we're very happy that this is not only on paper, but it's being implemented. So now we're going to hear a bit about these projects. I'd like to pass the floor to Cynthia. Thank you, Bruna. Thank you to the participants in the projects. And I expect that within a year, we'll have a number of good stories to talk about, to tell. Lately, we have spoken about the period of implementation. So we've left the period of agreements, pacts, negotiations, and commitments. And now we're going into the details of the Paris Agreement since COP26. And now it's an important moment to celebrate implementation and show that it's possible to have partnerships between government and civil society, the academy, the private sector, particularly to bring these papers into reality. So now we'll have a number of panels and dialogues about these partnerships and how they will work out in practice. So I'd like to invite Maud Chamelet, who is going to be the facilitator in the first panel.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning. It's an honor to start with our first pillar, which is finance. I'd like to invite to the stage Cláudia Prates, head of the Department of BNDES Climate Transition, Diego Soares de Melo Franco, Undersecretary for Environmental Management at the Secretariat of Environment and Sustainability of Minas Gerais, Daisy Daquino, Sustainability Manager of BDMG, Jean Benevides, Sustainability and Citizenship Director at Caixa Federal, and Carolina Grotera, Program Director at the Executive Secretariat of the Ministry of Finance.
Eu gostaria também de chamar representante de projeto.
I'd also like to invite a representative of one of the projects to highlight the impacts that the project will have. So I'd like to invite Marina Aragão from TNC to present this project, Large-Scale Restoration, Unlocking Private Finance for Parás PES Fund.
E na sequência, eu gostaria, por favor, Marina, que você nos desse...
And now, Marina, I'd like you to tell us a bit more about this project, a project that started over a year ago, and we see that it has great potential to scale in Pará, but also to the whole of Brazil. And it's in line with the objective that we have in the finance agenda to test out innovative financial instruments. We believe that through cooperation, we can test out new models to cut the cost of capital and therefore attract sources of capital to innovative projects. So I pass the floor to you. Thank you, Maud. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's great to talk about such an impact project. And it's great that so many people are participating. And before I go into the details, I want to go back and talk about the context in which this project is inserted. Looking at the Amazon, we know that there is a potential of value added of some 200 billion reals, which are not considered and are invisible. This is because these are chains that are not professional yet. When we look at the state of Pará specifically, we're talking about 5 billion reals in internal project that is not being considered. Obviously, here I'm talking about the chains and the sale of these projects. But if we look at all the services, environmental services that these forest chains provide, this amount would be much bigger. If we look at all the carbon stock in this forest and the forest that can be recovered, we would be talking about a potential of twice as much every year. But when we look at the investment ecosystem in land use, particularly in Pará State, which is where our project is being implemented, we have between 200 and 400 million invested in rural credit for sustainable activities. There is a huge finance gap vis-a-vis the potential value added by these chains, about 25 times less than what we could get. And finance sources, we're looking at subsidized sources.
Como a principal ponte oriunda.
A subsidized fund from the north. And even so, this is only a small part of the whole ecosystem of rural credit. Now, looking at indigenous peoples and family farming is still low, and this is the scope of our project. We see that there's this huge financial gap, but we see that there's an opportunity to work with the bioeconomy chains together with innovative instruments and ways to unleash all this potential into the economy, at national, subnational, and global level. So now, talking about the project, I had to give you the context. So, in partnership with the Secretary of the Environment of Pará State and with the support of the Inter-American Development Bank, together with the state government, we structured the state program for payments. And we are in an environment where many premises must be validated so that we can unleash the OPSA as an instrument for sustainable development. We have adopted in this project a very lean approach to do prototypes with pilots. And one of them is Valoriza Territórios Sustentáveis, which today pays around 2,400 reals per hectare for restoration of degraded areas for family farming, and a public association of the government that understands that they must support these producers so that they go into a process to have regulations on their area so that within the program they can provide environmental services. So with the support of the UK Pact, we have built this supplementary approach to the association design. And this is what we have implemented, facing all the implementation challenges that a complex project such as this has. And we have three big tracks. The first one has to do with the building a tool to monitor carbon in large scale. And we're doing this on a public-private platform, an online platform, sustainable territories. And with this carbon module to verify, report, and check, we want to provide the means so that voluntary carbon projects can join us and provide these services, and that they will be paying users of these services. And another important track is prospection of private partners with other financial institutions that would like to be part of this ecosystem and think about solutions to channel resources at large scale. And this track is key when we look at financial sustainability of the program of payment for environmental services. So we have a design of a viable financial design in line with public policies. And lastly, a third key track of capacity building and education. We see out in the field that there's a lot of disinformation, that they must go through an educational process so that those who work with investment opportunities have a potential pipeline of investments based on nature solutions and rural credit as a complement. So just to close, when we first thought, and now we're implementing this project with all its engagement challenges and multi-partner architecture challenge, what do we really aim to attack? The financial gap that I mentioned in the beginning. When we look at family farming and the implementation of forest systems, we see that there's a huge opportunity to fill up this gap through this hybrid equation in financing.
So after this approach, we have worked together with other partnerships in the private sector, such as Impact Bank, that is trying to move and advance rural credit for these chains, and with an approach to leave and strengthen productive chains of the bioeconomy, and especially of equity and justice for the remuneration for those who are in the basis of the chain. So all this development is being developed from the territory to the public policy. It's like this that we believe that we can cause an impact and some difference. Thank you. Excellent, Marina. Thank you very much for telling us a little bit of this knowledge that you have. And I am very happy with this project that shows that we are not going to do it alone. We need several partners, and there you have developed a network, and this can guarantee that the project will have scale and impact. So thank you very much. To continue, I would like to call Debbie Palmer to come to the stage so that you can join the discussions about the UP Act.
Nós estamos aqui com o representante.
We have here the representative of the UK Pact Mobilizing Green Investment, and I have to say, we are very happy to be here with you. The UK Pact today started last year, and it was the first of doing this call, this bid for mobilizing investments, and at the time we had the ambition of approving 2 or 3 projects, but we were able to do it with 9. And it was the volume of projects that was excellent that we received. And we returned to London and said we have to approve more. So they're trusting on us. So thank you very much, Debbie, because you were essential and helping us to reach so many partners and the organization of the project. So this bid was designed to be able to support federal and national projects. That's why we have different participants here, and also to support and work together with development banks. So that's why we have BNDES here in Caixa. And our objective is to support in designing a pipeline of good projects. And I would like, better than anybody, for you to tell us how this started, because we are in the very beginning of the project, and what is the level of ambition. Please, Claudia, you come from the BNDES, and you have this journey until COP30, but also with all the plannings and projects where BNDES has participated during this journey. So thank you, good morning, thank you for the invitation. In first place, I would like to thank the partnerships of years that we have with the UK Pact and how the UK Pact has contributed to the growth of the NDS in this climate agenda. I'm going to do a summary of what we have been doing because we are a development bank and we can somehow support finance and actions concerning climate change. Brazil has an opportunity with COP30 of showing its leadership, and we show this with other COPs, but it will show in this climate agenda leadership as well. And we also hope that BNDES can show this until COP30. But as we said, the partnership with the British government and the Amazon Fund and other funds that you can see in the flyer that I received at the entrance, there are several partnerships that are going on, and this will contribute to the mobilization of funds. But concerning our specific project, BNDES has just approved its climate guidelines with the alignment of the Paris Agreement. And for this, we need several internal agendas. We spent a year developing different bases. We developed our sustainable taxonomy. We revised it, making it more granular, less based, and just signals. And this is very important to have basis on green investments. And we have for that 4 pillars. First, the alignment of the activities according to the Paris Agreement. The second is the mobilization of stakeholders that the climate agenda can do. The engagement of clients as well is part of one of the pillars for us to engage the clients with a climate agenda with all our strength. And we have to mobilize the funds, of course. And for this, we need a basis so that we can do it on the best way as possible. We closed our emissions inventory of 2022. We are starting the inventory for 2023, and we will continue now in this partnership with the UK Pact and with Way Carbon and CPI to improve our methodologies of inventory. And what is important is that we are going to try to work on a table of factors of emission so that we can discuss, exchange ideas, and have an inventory of emissions that is better done. Also develop a strategy for climate risks, and UK Pact can contribute so that we can contribute, so we can improve our database and our methodologies concerning climate risk. And like this, we can do an important investment. And also, we are trying to work in these factors of carbon emission, either public, and our calculator of emissions is public, and like this we can bring other financial agents, other inducers for the decarbonization of the Brazilian economy. So I would just like to thank all the improvements that we will be able to do this year because of this partnership, and with this we can have a better approach, and BNDES can strengthen its role in this agenda. Thank you very much. Well, excellent project. And now the word of induction, I liked very much. This is something that we need. I would like to turn the floor to our people from Minas. The project that was approved, and now it was designed in an excellent way in its structuring, where we have the pleasure to include the Secretary of the Environment and the Development Bank working together to deliver these climate plans and achieving the finance. So I would like to call you both to be able to talk a little bit more about this project and how this is contributing. Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank for this opportunity of being here today. And I will start here and thank this partnership that started in 2021 when we were able to join that first phase, and we were able to present our inventory and also a plan of climate action that are tools that provide all the support for our governance with all the agencies in the state and different sectors in the state of Minas Gerais. It's a state with many challenges and many opportunities, so it's always a big puzzle to be able to put the pieces together and make them fit so that we can reach the results expected. The state has economic, social, environment challenges, many regional differences to make climate justice with social inclusion and guarantee the economic sector has these challenges and a constant point that we have to concern, and we have placed our best efforts in this engagement with different areas and governments. And here we have our tool together with partnerships as Way Carbon that has great importance so that we can measure in our planning our carbon stock and all our targets for the next 30 years. We have targets for 2030, intermediate targets, and other targets that we can reinforce, and like this provide fewer emissions. And we understand that this tool will have this role of guaranteeing this governance, leading us in a state of alert, a good sense, mobilize the sectors of society, provide transparency and report all, and have here the cycle of investments working and being very direct in where we need to be. So it's a tool in terms of governance of policy is essential, and our target is to have this tool implemented until next year with an initial step on 40% of the actions with this potential of showing how we have access to this carbon stock and non-emission, and we are sure that it will be essential, and it is being essential. Our plan is being implemented so that we can reach faster results and with more transparency, and like this, having the finance of the obligations that have been a locomotive to this process. For us, it's important to have the cycle working, but not only in planning, but in the mobilization and in the financing flowing where it has to flow with so many results that we have to measure during the results. So in terms of governance, where the Secretariat is present, we have to highlight how essential it is a partnership with the British government, not only on this stage, but also in the stage of the implementation. And I turn the floor to my colleague that will be able to explain a little better what we are doing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Maud. Thank you for the embassy. It's very welcome in Belo Horizonte, Minas, to have coffee with us. So The BMG, the Development Bank of Minas Gerais, is the financial agent that belongs to the state, 63 years supporting the economy of the state with great partners in the municipalities. We have 150 municipalities participating in our portfolio, and we have moved very much ahead in the topic climate change, financing different projects. This year we spent 3 billion with green projects, and we have target that is quite bold of reaching a portfolio of 10 billion in 2026 and a portfolio that is very representative in terms of green projects. For this, we will need to start doing an inventory on our portfolio, monitoring and trying to clean this portfolio. And this partnership will be extremely important. Another tool also that we are starting. We already had the first meetings so that we can improve our CO2 calculator and like this increase our actions and our projects, especially in agriculture and livestock, which is a very important sector in Minas Gerais, very traditional, and we have to work a lot with this industry so that we can start changing the culture and the way of producing. So we have worked paying a lot of attention to this plan in the state, some targets. We have a direct contribution, others indirect around. We did 25 indirect contributions, and the bank in the past few years, even yesterday, I was mentioning that I joined the bank. The bank basically had state funds, manage state funds, and BNDES funds. And I saw all this transition thanks to the tax crisis in the state. So the bank has to grow and starting gathering resources. And it is like this that our balance of funds, 45% comes from multilateral banks and international banks. And we are still negotiating with multilateral banks, of course, but we still need funds with better conditions. And I believe that this partnership will help us to build this bridge and to increase and to reach funds where we can offer to our clients the better conditions. Thank you to all of you. A round of applause to our representatives. I saw here, Diogo, 190 targets. Am I right? Okay, let's put hands on and deliver this. And in this bridge, to be able to have more access to other funds of capital, you can count on our support. And as you know, we are a green finance hub, so we're ready to present all this to the investors and to other British sources. Now I will turn to this side of the table, and I would like to welcome a new partner, which is Caixa Federal, and history that I'm a little bit old and I have a little bit of a history of our cooperation. And for a long time, I wanted to have a project together with Caixa, and now we were able to have this, and we are very happy to have you with us. And I would like you to detail the level of ambition that Caixa has and how this project will help. Good morning, everybody. We are happy about when we see our Caixa joining this and becoming part of this series of projects supported by the British Embassy in the United Kingdom. Our project is very challenging. It includes 9 fronts, but it's very important, and especially in this moment. It includes structuring actions. I even made a list here, not to get lost. Structuring actions that we can show during COP20, but all the agenda of Caixa in terms of sustainability, impact, innovation that we established until 2030 with objectives and very challenging targets. And that's why this partnership will be essential. It will enable us to measure, refine, and be placing our effort on scope 3 using the BECAF methodology. This is super important to have a good partnership. So with the different banks in Brazil, a huge portfolio only of individual. We have 151 million clients. So any action that we do, we will have a very big repercussion. Also, more than 3 million corporations as clients. We are big financiers in Brazil in housing. We also have many clients. So any movement to improve our criteria brings repercussion to the economy, involve different partners and stakeholders in this process. We will also develop mechanisms to contribute to climate neutralization in our own operations. We have more than 4,000 units around Brazil. We have also to manage our operations and also our clients. So this direct and indirect influence that we have when we have this vision of finance the emission.
Thank you very much for selecting wonderful consultancies. Nint, Talanoa, they are top-notch consultancies, and we're very happy to have all your experience to co-create these initiatives. So to refine our taxonomy, so we expect to have criteria to establish what is and isn't sustainable today with a base based on the sustainable development objectives. And we have projects in housing. We use very strict criteria of sustainability. And we'll be able to conceive and measure and show the development or the performance of our financial projects so that they can show society the contribution that we're giving to the SDOs. And we're also going to refine and improve our management of climate, social, and economic risks. All banks must have a methodology to measure this risk, so we want to improve them to help the decision making. What I want to finance and what I don't want, so and also to refuse projects. Therefore, we will qualify our operations and our portfolio based on such criteria. And this for sure will influence the economy and the economic agents that participate of all the system of production and consumption, and that we as banks finance. We're also going to unleash innovation at the service of sustainability. We cannot speak about sustainability without mentioning innovation, solutions, processes, projects. So we also expect to build a portfolio that is in line with the sustainability agenda, geared at sustainable development and at this transition to low carbon economy. We also want to refine our tracking model and reckoning of future emissions according to our sustainable finance framework so that we can make sure that it will be credible and transparent to investors about our emissions. We intend to do this starting this year. We want to do this. We went to London, which has one of the largest markets in this respect. We did a roadshow there. So this is a key piece of the work. And all of these movements are strongly connected to clear criteria, objective goals, and public commitments to be announced at the COP30, which is exactly what we want to show, the effective contribution that we intend to give to a fairer, inclusive economy that is more equal, that will lead Brazil into the low carbon economy. So thank you very much to the UK, the British Embassy, and all our partners in this venture. Thank you. You have talked about the green agenda, and nothing better than this partnership with Caixa. Now, Carolina from the Finance Ministry to talk about the plans of the ministry and this ecological transformation, please. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Maud. Thank you, Ambassador Stephanie, and all the partners in the UK Pact. It's great to have your partnership and your support. This is very important. And the ecological transformation plan of the federal government is very ambitious. So we'll actually need these heavyweight partners to help us out. I'd like to briefly talk about the plan. I jotted down a few lines. We have a challenge, which is we want to reorient incentives of a number of agents in the economy, domestic or international, government partners, subnational, private and public sector. So there's a huge challenge. And part of this challenge is that the plan intends to create markets. So there are a number of emerging markets in renewable energy or land use. I'd even like to get the example of ecological restoration, which, because they are emerging markets, they bring an inherent risk. There's certain insecurity or uncertainty on the part of agents, and this is only natural. And our role is to make these markets stronger and bring a bit more certainty to the agents. In this respect, the ecological transformation plan is a huge group of regulatory, tax, fiscal policies that are intended to make a number of initiatives possible in other fronts by other finance ministries, by foreign agents that we want to bring over to Brazil. And in this respect, I'd like to say that a substantive part of our efforts in the ecological transformation plan are institutional measures to send new signals to these agents. Now, backpegging on ecological restoration, which is very illustrative. What kind of institutional measures are we talking about? So we're thinking about regulation of the public payment for environmental services, and Pimenta is spearheading this project. Efforts to regulate land. So to talk about land, we must talk about the rural registration of land, and efforts at subnational level. So we must provide support. We can also talk about zoning and mapping priority areas for restoration so that agents will know where it would be more interesting for them to invest their efforts and funds. And a very large part of our challenge is to think up financial instruments that are innovative. And I know that a number of UK PAC projects have this point of view. And at the level of the federal government, we've got a few initiatives in this respect. At COP28, we announced Tropical Forest Forever Fund to bring funds to tropical countries based on their efforts to preserve biodiversity. We can also talk about the exchange rate hedging, a program that was launched in February, and now it's being regulated. So to mitigate the exchange rate risk that is inherent in a number of activities, and that is very important for us to be able to tap foreign markets. I could also talk about the Brazilian system of carbon market. I do not like to say that it's a regulated market, because when we say that there is a regulated and involuntary market, it gives you the impression that the voluntary market is not regulated, which is not true. And the Bill of Law of the SPCA has a chapter dedicated to the voluntary market. And there are also devices that indicate that part of the efforts of the SPC can come from offsets, carbon offsets from the voluntary market. Obviously, it has to be small so that it does not undermine the efforts that they must make. But we're also looking at providing integrity to voluntary carbon markets. So this is what I had to say. Thank you very much for the invitation once again. Thank you very much, Carolina, for providing us with the point of view of the finance ministry. I could be here for hours because this is my topic. It's what I like to talk about. But within our Green and Inclusive Growth Partnership, we have 5 pillars. So I'll have to pass on to my colleagues. But I'd like to let Debbie Palmer give us final comments about everything that you've heard from our Brazilian partners.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Maud. It's such a pleasure to be with you all this morning and to be hearing about such inspirational work across the country to drive forward the sustainability and the greening of the financial systems. And it's wonderful to hear from a panel that sits in so many different sort of places within the financial system and is bringing so much different expertise to bear. We are really proud to be working with the government of Brazil on a whole range of support to enhance and implement low carbon investment actions and strategies. And really the goal is that we drive forward a larger investment pipeline, and ultimately that we're mobilizing much greater sums of green investment finance. And of course, the public sector's role is critical, and I think that's really come out in the conversation this morning, that the public sector has such a role in addressing global environmental challenges, by leveraging its regulatory powers and its financial powers to shape markets and drive forward more investments and sort of point investors towards more sustainable development initiatives. And of course, that's crucial for then driving the whole economy in towards a more low carbon and frankly resilient future to reduce future costs to all citizens. And the UK, it sort of sits in quite a privileged position because we have a very large financial centre in London, and we're really focused on how we can leverage the UK's position internationally and that financial centre to drive forward reforms in international financial systems in order to support the step change that countries like Brazil are taking forward and which we've heard about this morning. So through our links with the City of London and the expertise that we've developed in the financial sector, we've done a range of work such as unlocking guarantees. We've unlocked about $6 billion of guarantees globally and driving forward things like climate resilient debt clauses as new innovations so that countries, if they're struck by disasters, can pause their repayments on loans, and also working with the Green Guarantee Company, which again is putting forward up to $1 billion of guarantees to de-risk investments to support investors seeking to go into sustainable investments. We're also working through our seats on the boards of the IMF and the World Bank and the multilateral development banks to call for reforms that allow hundreds of billions of dollars more money to be unlocked for countries around the world, including countries like Brazil. And we're really proud of the work we've been doing, for example, with the Brazilian government and the Inter-American Development Bank on the innovative hedge facility, which Caroline mentioned, which enables investors to de-risk their currency fluctuations when investing in Brazil. And we hope to see over $5 billion worth of projects supported through that facility. We're also really proud of the work that Mobilist is doing with BNDES, and it's great to hear about this morning on the securitization of assets and really ensuring that the bank can transfer more risk to private investors, thus freeing up more of the bank's balance sheet in order to finance new and innovative projects. So all in all, there's a range of activity all the way up and down the financial system. Brazil's public market capitalization is currently about 44% of GDP, I understand. And I think there's a lot that can be done and great potential to expand this. And Mobilist is working with the Brazilian Stock Exchange to expand, again, Brazilian companies' access to capital markets. So again, there's so much going on, and it's great to have heard all of these activities this morning in support of the ecological transition plan. And I'm really proud in the way that the British government is working with so many stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Debbie. E para poder encerrar
Thank you, Debbie. And to be able to close this first part, I would like to give some good news. I would like to announce two winners of the program that we introduced, Global Innovation Climate Finance Lab Results 2024. With the initiatives, and the winners are the Amazon Food and Forest Financing Initiative by Impact Bank and the Nature Conservancy. A round of applause. And then you have to see that this project that was submitted to this program is a continuity to be able to develop more the instruments that Marina mentioned. And we have a second project, the second financial instruments that will be incubated in this program, Growth Next Generation Agriculture by da Ivy and Folio, the Central de Tecnologia em Grãos Orgânicos. So a round of applause for them as well. And I wish that next year, when we start a new program of celebrations, you can show us all the impacts of these new projects. Thank you very much. And we close here this discussion.
Muito obrigada ao painel.
Thank you very much on this panel.
Portfólio que a gente tem em finanças verdes agora no Brasil.
And
Que a gente acordou
in
no
sequence, we are coordinating this. And now I would like to invite Elisabetta Albernaz, who is in our portfolio of energy of carbonization of industry, and we will have a panel talking about climate and energy. So, Ms. Albernaz, you have the floor.
Estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me?
Obrigada, Bruna. Bom dia.
Thank you, Bruna. Good morning, everybody. And as Bruna said, now we will have a panel to focus on our projects on the areas of climate and energy. And I would start inviting Ricardo Araújo from the Department of Science and Climate from the Ministry of Science and Technology. He is the Director of Energy Efficiency, Gustavo, and Cynthia Feitosa, expert on energy, national strategy. Marco, she's director of projects. You can come, please. Marco, she's director of projects and energy efficiency, and our director, Matt Toombs.
Então a gente começa esse painel com uma
So we
breve
start this panel with a brief presentation about the project Potencial Livre. Is a project of energy assistance to SMEs in the state of São Paulo, but very shortly we'll be facing an expansion. So I'd like to turn the floor to Gustavo and then for Marcos for the presentation. I think there are some slides, if it is possible, I see here in our list. So we have here the slides. Thank you, Elisabetta, for turning the floor to us. I would like to thank the invitation of the British Embassy of ICS to be able to join here and talk of such important projects of energy transition here in Brazil. My focus here will be to talk about a program that we are very proud of in the Ministry of Energy, which is the program Potencialize. It has bring many good results, and we are hopeful that many more results will be achieved with this program. But before talking about this program, it's also important to include this project in a context. And the context is a very relevant topic that has been discussed since the beginning of Mr. Lula's administration, and it is the energy transition. It has been discussed in the G20, and it's a cross-cutting topic, not only of the Ministry of Mines and Energies, but also the Ministry of Economy, Science and Technology, of Industry. All the ministries, they get involved somehow in this topic of energy transition. And the project that we have to mention here today, Potencialize, it's a very important project about a very relevant topic, which is energy efficiency. When we talk with people who are unaware of energy efficiency, many people believe that it is an important action with little impact, though. So I like during the presentations to bring some figures so that people can understand the importance and the relevance of energy efficiency and energy transition, and even to achieve our targets of emissions that we have. Net zero, for instance. So I'm showing here the figures of global emissions in 2023, around 37 gigatons of CO2. This is a figure for you to have in mind, for you to understand the importance of energy efficiency. In COP28 last year, we signed some pledges, some international agreements, one of which was of doubling the progress in energy efficiency in these countries. Brazil is a signatory country. So to double the programs of energy efficiency, we did a calculation and we need to triple the investments in energy efficiency. So you can see that is a big challenge to the countries. There's not only to double, doesn't mean only to double investments. We have to triple the investments. And this is something that we are trying to do until 2030. So when we talk about energy transitions and reduction of emissions, technologies should bring until 2030, we estimate that energy efficiency would be responsible for half of these reductions. So the use of renewables, hydrogen, all these technology until 2030 would represent the other half of the reduction of emissions. And with this already we can see the challenge ahead of us to use the energy efficiency to reach our climate ambitions. And since we are thinking until 2050, of course, there are other technologies that are coming up, like hydrogen, the capture and storage of carbon. And in these contexts, we believe that energy efficiency will be responsible for the reduction of 25% of the emissions until 2050. And you can see that the emissions that should be reduced through the use of these technologies are equivalent to the current emissions that we have. So around 25% of the emissions today is what we will be able to decrease only with actions including energy efficiency. When we mention energy efficiency, it's important to see the landscape on how the emissions can contribute to the sectors, to the sectors of industry, of housing and transportation. So there are studies in the industry. If we consider the scenario that we have been mentioning of 1.5 degrees, so energy efficiency would be responsible for the reduction of 40% in the industry, where and then we have the housing and buildings, 50%, in transportation, 10%. So it's important to have this value of 40% of possibilities of contribution to energy efficiency until 2050 for the reduction of emissions and energy consumption. And when we think on where we are in Brazil, we have a communication which is called the Atlas of Energy Efficiency. And here we can do a follow-up of the evolution of the progress of energy efficiency. And we can see in this chart that the evolution in the industry was a shy one when compared to the evolution in transportation and in the housing sector. Less than 5% of progress. So the industry that is considered a difficult sector in terms of energy is a sector that deserves a lot of our attention in this moment, where we are working to reduce emissions and to move forward in this climate agenda throughout Brazil. And exactly because of this program, Potential fits very well to contribute so that we can move forward, where we are finding difficulties in doing so. So it's important to make a difference and show the benefits of potential easy when we compare with traditional programs of energy efficiency. So when we hire a company to make a presentation of an industry, for instance, it's important to perform an energy diagnosis. And then you use the actions that were checked during this diagnosis to reduce the consumption of energy and consequently of emissions. And this is a simplified program, but what is very interesting and potentially easy that makes us so proud of this project, understanding that it is a template to other projects, is that it does not deal only with the implementation, but with the whole chain linked to this program. So initially, we have the Senai that is helping us a lot with potential easy, which is the qualification of professionals. They train professionals to do this diagnosis. So the part of education, we have been working with this in potential easy training for the bank personnel, because we have to understand that it's very important for any investment in Brazil to have cheaper funds. And for this, it's important that people in the banks understand what are the difficulties and the risks related to the investment and what are the potentials. And this is our concern with the banks. Cemetery for women, we have a lot of with the gender in this program, the generation of green jobs and all the training, performance of the work, supply of materials, the performance of diagnosis, energy diagnosis done by professionals qualified by Senai, reduction of energy consumption, something that we wait after the performance of the diagnosis, increasing the investments with a reduction of emissions and energy consumption. Also, a very interesting work done by the project is the development of catalogs of materials that can be used, materials and companies that can be used to perform their work of industry efficiency and also the financial mobilization. We did a big job with the BNDES, with the performance of a guarantor fund, where we had a meeting including BNDES in the management committee of Procel, and they introduced some proposals for the change on the model of the fund just to reduce the risk for the investor. And like this, everything makes a potential easy a program that inspire other programs. And because of this, our intention, and we are going to do this, the minister already confirmed this, and the secretaries already conveyed this information. We are going to increase potential easy. Potential easy currently is restricted to the state of São Paulo because it's a state that includes the largest number of industry in the country, but it will be expanded to another 5 new states. And in addition, we also have a work done with SEBRAE so that not only small and medium-sized industry is to be included, but also other industries. So it's a program where we want to expand, and we are sure that it will be very successful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gustavo, for this panorama of energy transition. Now I turn the floor to Marco, that can detail the project a little bit further.
A gente só está aguardando
We are just waiting for the slides,
aparecerem e a gente já retoma.
and then we resume. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor to be able to show some results of this program, Potentialize, in the state of São Paulo, where we started this mobilization of the market to provide support in terms of energy assistance for SMEs and micro companies as well. So, as Gustavo mentioned, we mobilized the microsystems that include experts, suppliers, and we received more than 1,300 requests from SMEs. Together with Senai, we trained more than 420 professionals to service these industries with energy services. We work with 2 funds and we mobilized the 30 banks. We qualified 30 banks to better understand what are the technologies involved, the risks. We change the catalog of technologies that already have 2,800 products of energy efficiencies, a major universe of solutions that are available in our site. And in addition, we have now a pipeline of projects of investments prepared that will bring an impact around 4,200 gigawatts per hour in energy savings and 162,000 of CO2 equivalent tons in mitigation. And we are seeing the first projects being implemented. The first 70 projects have been approved by the entrepreneurs for the state of São Paulo. And here we also have a great variety among the industrial segments that are joining this project. By the characteristic of the region, we have the steel industry with greater participation, but also beverage, plastic, and textiles. I brought a very concrete example here of a company, a mid-sized company of the textile industry. They work with fabric, and they were identified by Potentialize. We prepared a project of energy assistance with a pump to replace natural gas burners and avoid waste of heat, and it's an innovation in air compressing system. This project involves an investment above 5 million reais, but the industry will be able to save each year more than 1,700,000. So here we see how critical this factor is for industrial competition. And the reduction of emissions in this case is around 13.5 CO2 equivalent tons. And I brought this testimonial of the director of the company showing how important this is, especially because of industry competition. We are very happy with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, the former Ministry of Industry, and several other partners to increase these technical and financial projects. They started, we see Germany, Denmark, and other supporters. We are very happy to increase this journey also to other states with a series of partners that have been mentioned here. Senai, Sebrae, FINEP also approved Potentialize to provide a good credit, the BNDES fund, and the program meets the needs of the industries with actions of awareness and engagement. And going until the diagnosis, the funds, the finance that is needed, and to confirm that the measures that were projected, the diagnosis also can be confirmed in the implementation with a savings of energy and with the reduction of CO2 tons. We are very happy, and once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Obrigada, Marco. Obrigada, Gustavo, né? Como o Marco falou, esse é projeto que, entre outros.
Thank you very much, Marco, Gustavo. This is a project that is receiving funds from the Mitigation Action Facility. It's a multi-donor fund. And here we have the participation of my friend from the embassy, Benjamin. Thank you. It's always very beneficial when donors get together to support these kind of projects. And I'd like to point out that for the expansion of the project, we are donating 6 million euros to contribute to expansion of the project. And this is coming from the institution of Director Matt Toombs. Moving on, I'd like to pass the floor to Ricardo to talk about the project of UK PAC with MCTI. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you very much for this invitation to talk about this project and lining out a strategy of financing in partnership with Brazil. And this project has the collaboration of Talanoa and NINT. And one of the main objectives is to map out the opportunities for investment in sustainability. But this project has a broader scope, but there are 3 lines of action that are in line with the initiatives that MCTI has been promoting over the years, particularly related to cost and financing, the needs for financing, the need to overcome implementation barriers, what to finance in a decarbonization scenario. So what are the initiatives that must be in line with Brazil MDC, and what are the technologies that are to be used considering the technology needs assessment of Brazil. The Ministry of Science and Technology is geared at the technological mechanization, and this is a methodology that is recommended particularly for you to do a multi-criteria analysis to reduce emissions and mitigate emissions so that you can attach priority to those which are in line with the national reality and our goals. And in Brazil, the NDC goals. So we have promoted a number of emission scenarios, and these scenarios and the models are based on the cost, the implementation cost for these technologies, that is, and the economic cost benefit. However, when we are to implement a technology, other variables must be taken into account. Energy safety, social economic factors, negative or positive impacts on biodiversity, benefits in adaptation. And here the technology needs assessment has these criteria where we do a multi-stakeholder analysis, all players involved they rank the technologies to be implemented in the country. And based on that, these technologies become financing priorities for that country. So this was done by the MCTI, by the ministry, but we can do that for adaptation as well. So this project supports finance opportunities, and we have 12 technological plans. Among those priority technologies, we developed plans and a financing guide for these technologies, for you to be able to identify the players that can finance the implementation of that plan according to the scope, either geographic, sectorial, if it's through a public bank or BNDES, IFC, etc. So the project envisages coming up with financing strategies and also real proposals, so that after we map out the governance of financing and which are the interested stakeholders, to help build a project pipeline that can be financed and that will enable implementation. And these technologies must also be relevant from the implementation point of view, bearing in mind that today the Brazilian government is drafting its climate plan, both the domestic strategy for adaptation and mitigation. And I believe that this project brings innovation. And this is recent. A recent decision under the Paris Agreement of the CNA, which is the Conference of Parties for the Paris Agreement, which is when you think about emission reduction technologies, we must also consider the co-benefits of mitigations that derive from adaptation initiatives and plans of economic diversification, because they work together. So there are many adaptation initiatives that also promote mitigation, and it's also true that certain mitigation initiatives may have a side effect on adaptation. So a technology might interfere in water safety or food safety. So it's very important that we look at that in an integrated way, so that we can cope with the negative effects of the climate change in a more holistic way. So it's very important to mitigate emissions. This is a non-negotiable condition, but we cannot fail to look at the other impacts, because we've seen, and that is very evident, the effect of extreme events caused by climate change, not only in Brazil, but all over the planet. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. This is a very important project to mobilize resources to TNA. And here I'd like to thank not only MCTI, but Talanoa and NINT. This is a project that is bringing much joy. Now, I'd like to pass the floor to Cynthia from INCS to talk about the partnership that we've thought about to inspire civil society and the runner-up to COP30. Good morning. Thank you again for the invitation. Today, I think now at the ICS, our main activity is to support civil society, not only granting donations as a philanthropic organization, but also fostering partnerships within civil society or between civil society and the private sector and the government. I'm glad to see a number of partner organizations here, and we are at a particular moment in the climate change moment, not only owing to the extreme moments, but also owing to the urgency to implement mitigation and reduction initiatives. And also a special moment because Brazil is in the spotlight owing to the presidency of G20 and COP30 at the end of 25. And for us, it's a moment where the country is preparing, and a country is not only the government. Obviously, the government is more visible owing to the negotiations and programs, etc. But a country is made up by its society, and the Brazilian civil society is very structured, prepared technically to contribute to this preparation to COP30 and also over G20 and other moments of international cooperation. So together with the UK Embassy in Brazil and other embassies as well, we are very proud to be an organization that fosters exchange and takes opportunity of these honorable visits
quer promover cada vez mais esses espaços de diálogo e de
to the
demonstração
country. And we want to promote these spaces for dialogue. Several of the projects that were announced here have ICS donors as partners. So over the next 18 months, going to COP26, but also celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement next year, we want to foster debates and dialogues to speed up decisions like Maria Neto and Ambassador talked about of the mission of 1.5. So we expect to talk about negotiations and what is on the agenda about the climate change by the UN, but also take this opportunity to talk about the initiative agenda, how these commitments are to be implemented, and how we can foster an initiative agenda in the COP presidency. So it will be an exciting journey, and we expect to get to the end of COP30 as a watershed of maturity. It's not an event, but it will open up a new cycle of ambition towards the Paris Agreement. Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. Like Ambassador André Correia do Lago has said, COP30 has started and Belém will be the cherry on the cake. And we are very happy to have this partnership with ICS. It's very important that we can be together and share our experience of hosting a COP. And now I pass the floor to Director Matt Toombs to close this panel and to talk about mitigation, energy efficiency, and also the experience to organize a COP.
Fantastic, thank you. And it's a real privilege to be part of this discussion. It's a fantastic example, I think we've heard over this whole discussion of how the UK and Brazil are working very closely together on a particularly challenging element of the climate transition. But thank you for the participation of all the colleagues from the Brazilian government and from Cynthia from ICS. And I think it was really helpful to start off the framing of this around the overall challenge that this is looking to achieve in terms of the critical contribution of the energy transition to meeting a 1.5-degree goal, the commitment which we were very pleased to support at COP28 alongside Brazil and other countries to commit to treble renewable energy by 2030 and to double energy efficiency by 2030 as well. And this sets out the framing for this action, as Gustavo, as you were saying earlier. This is obviously a huge challenge for all countries involved, but is also a massive opportunity as well, and one that we're really pleased to be working with you on. Brazil has a cleaner energy mix than a number of other countries already, and I know that Brazil has ambitious plans in terms of the further steps to be taken on energy efficiency and the energy transition, and this creates a huge potential in terms of the development of the green industrial sector and energy sector. I wanted to shine a light on two elements of the UK-Brazil partnership, which we're very proud to be part of. One of them is the hubs, where we're working with the Ministry of Energy on a hydrogen hub, which is looking to bring together different forms of global assistance to support the delivery of the hydrogen plan that you have. And also working with Mujiki on industrial decarbonisation. So looking at sectors like steel, which Marco, you were highlighting earlier. And for both of these, the approach is to look in a systemic way, again, as picked on in earlier discussions, the need to really look systemically across regulation, policy, incentives, across the financial market environment to stimulate private investment, as well as Ricardo was saying, on the research and innovation and the contribution of the science system to support these areas. So these two hubs are, I think, a real example of this green and inclusive growth in practice. As well as these hubs, we're working on helping convene and pull together different parts of the global system around these sectoral transitions through the breakthrough agenda, which again is helping to build on and deliver on the COP28 outcomes, particularly on the renewable energy and energy efficiency side. And then the other element of our partnership, I think we've heard fantastic examples through this panel about some of the specific programs, and Potentialize is obviously a really strong example of this, focusing on the critical element of energy efficiency, and we're really pleased to see that it can now move from one state to multiple states and really develop on the impact that it's already having. The UK PAC programme, I'd also mention the £70 million the UK's invested in the renewable energy integration programme that comes through the SIFs, which again is supporting grids, it's supporting the hydrogen sector in the northeast of Brazil. So those are two sort of really powerful examples, I think, of the partnership in practice. And various contributors have mentioned the opportunity that we have with COP30 coming, and for the G20 running this year, and the crucial role that the energy transition plays within that, in being able to show a pathway that keeps 1.5 alive, that delivers on the mission 1.5 platform, which Brazil and the Troika have all committed to. So we really looking forward to continuing to work as part of this partnership in helping deliver this over the period coming ahead. Thank you.
Obrigada a todos. E agora
Thank you very much. Now I pass the floor to
ao nosso evento. Muito
Well,
obrigada.
I would like to invite the participants to take their seats in the audience so that we can move on with our event.
Muito obrigada ao painel.
Thank you
E
for
agora,
this panel. And now we continue for our last panel, where we will be talking about forests and agriculture. So I would like to call to the change Eric Gouveia, who will be our facilitator.
Oi, gente, bom dia.
Hello, folks. Good morning. We are between you and lunch, our last session, so let's end this with high spirits. First of all, I would like to thank you all for attending until the end. And let's talk about forests and agriculture. And I would like to call our partners here to the stage. So let's start. First, Luciano Marcos, Coordinator of Productive Forests of EDI, Gilson Bittencourt, Subsecretary of the Ministry of Finance, Janete Carvalho, Director of Protection of FUNAI, and also our partners from Acre and Mato Grosso, Lígia Vendramin and Leonardo Carvalho, President of the Institute of Climate Change of Acre. And because forests and agriculture is something that the United Kingdom cherishes a lot, I would like to call our two directors, Debbie and Andrea, to join us to talk a little bit about forests and agriculture. And to start, Yara Bastos will be making a first presentation. If we can have the slides, we will start this session.
Então a gente vai começar essa
So
sessão
we start the session with a presentation by Yara of our project partnerships for forest. I believe you all received this, the flyer. Details of the projects are here, and also from ICF. If you want more details, come to us. We will be happy to provide. So Yara, you have the floor.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy here to present this project to you, just like Erika commented, and we have seen throughout the panel, the several projects, UK PAC delivering so much. And here I am going to show you what is the Partnership for Forests in a celebration of what happened in the past few years.
Então, só overview do
So,
que é.
just an overview of what Partnerships for Forests is. It's a program sponsored by the UK government to accelerate initiatives and projects related to the sustainable use to land and reduction of deforestation, with a main focus on the private sector, but also civil society and the public sector as catalysts for this business. It's implemented, or it is being implemented until April this year, 8 years now, in Latin America for 6 years, in 4 regions and 3 continents, and here in Latin America, we are in Brazil, Colombia, Peru, implemented by Palladium and Systemium. The P4S has some guidelines in global level, but one of the major differentials is the attempt or to check where we are present and develop a strategy to the region. So here in Latin America, in analyzing the curves of forest action, we have 3 actions include the value of the standing forest, produce and protect in livestock and soy plantation, the degraded areas, and create forest growth through models of economic system. So we are in three major blocks. So we are seeing the business that are our forest partnerships, but also we see the whole unblocking those barriers, increasing demand for these products and services that these business will produce. Some of the results throughout the last 6 years in Latin America. So now we have more than 3.5 million hectares improved. Here in Brazil, we reaches more than 90% of this value with a budget of 19 million pounds. We mobilize more than 110 million pounds for this business and with more than 32 direct beneficiaries, 2,000 of which here in Brazil. Since 2018, we saw 41 business and initiatives that were supported, 21 of which here in Brazil. And what have we learned in these 6 years of implementation of the program here in Latin America? I believe this is the question everybody is doing. What is to work with the private and also promoting businesses? We see that the scope of the program, we have a financial support, but also a technical support of our own team. And this is essential to make these business flourish in the business environment. Our team today, they provide financing, but we work with a co-creation of the business. So we have all point of incubation, acceleration to reach maturity. And sometimes it takes 6 months to start a project. So we have this expertise with other partners on how to improve financial management, arrangement, partnerships of this business. So after that, we start the real implementation. The main focus is to analyze the region, but also the country. For instance, one of the strategies of the native protections of native species that happens in Peru, we didn't bring to Brazil. And the strategy of livestock, it's not the same for both countries because we understand that with a better developed topics, we do not pulverize the funds, and then we can reach the impacts that we are looking for. In addition, this capacity of working with those three topics that I mentioned before helps us to support the business, but also support their own ecosystem so that they can have all their guarantees established in addition to the technical capacities needed. So the example here is all the work that we did with the livestock chain here in Brazil, working with the men, working with the authorities and with the business themselves. So today Connecta, which is one of the platforms that we support, and it's a platform for evaluation of social and environmental criteria. 60% of the business in Brazil goes through connectors because of the major contractors. So we have major slaughterhouse that are in partnership with Connecta. Another point that I wanted to mention is what we have been developing with Baru. So we developed the partnerships with local cooperatives and now external partners developing all the technical and legal framework so that we can have this developed in the European Union and the United Kingdom. We are now in a stage of some questions from the government that are blocking a little bit this market that has everything to do with the maintenance of the Brazilian savanna. In terms of flexibility in the use of funds, this was very important because we support not only direct technical assistance, but also inputs, legal assistance, and different formats and different levels of maturity need throughout their journey to reach the scale expected. In addition, MEL, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. It's embedded in the program. So today we have more than 40 available products of knowledge, and we place this capacity in the idea of the project, not as a result that we want, but in terms of lessons learned and how can we work with the project, and that can be repeated or even improved for others. We are developing a business model and a first idea, but we are working with forest products or with timber. And what is there already that we can think ahead for our next business, improving what we are doing now, and also increasing our portfolio. An arrangement of governance, a global network makes 4F to receive the support from local partners, external partners, but also we can bring technical knowledge going a little bit beyond what we see in our daily activities. So our team, together with all the regional partners, work in these ideas, think how this is going to develop. And then we have partners from abroad who are participating in all the process and bringing ideas that perhaps we who are in our daily activity, we don't see everything directly. So it's also very important to have this synergy in our project. And another thing, when we talk about scale, what we want and what we see happening in the past movements, and we start working in the ecosystem level, establishing partnerships that go beyond the business. So we have examples today of companies that are in Peru, but they want to expand, reaching other countries, and we already made these connections with Colombia, for instance. So we have partners in Colombia wanting to come to Brazil. So this network gets stronger and maintains itself even now when the project is almost at its end. And with this, I close my presentation. I would like to invite you to visit our site. And this is here for a short time showing the lessons learned. And we would like to see it being repeated and repeated again in other types of financing, other funds and other models. And the last thing, we talked about the partnerships, and this is the great achievement of the 4S. We have the capacity of analyzing new forms of financing, but with partnerships with all the stakeholders in the chain, so that the business can go receive our support and find continuity in the future. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Yara. Foi ótima
Thank you,
apresentação.
Yara. Very good presentation of this project and our portfolio of forests that is at the end. Now we see how fantastic it is. And also the UK were able to leverage 3 or 4 kinds of investments. So you see the successful government and private initiative working together pays. And this will go ahead. And this is the second element of the success.
Então, agora falando dos nossos
So
projetos.
now we're talking about the projects, and let's talk about those who are starting. I'd like first to ask Luciano and Nilson NDA and knowing what is the recipe of successful agriculture. Could you tell us about the project and how can this help Brazil? And on the long term, everybody said COP30 has already started. So how can we work together so that COP30 is successful? So please.
Bom dia.
So good morning. I thank the Embassy of the UK for the invitation, especially Alfredo Zanetti. And before anything, I would like to highlight the presence of Isabel Garcia Digo of Lima, Florida, who is one of the participants of the project. The invitation to bid was for entities of society, and Basically, the project will generate technical coefficients in two fronts. So first, for rural credit, we have several systems in the fields. We have agriculture and forest systems of big size and small size, and other mixed systems that still don't have credit to technical coefficients. We have to generate these systems so that we can run with the rural credit area, which is a credit for family agriculture, because the credit is the great leverage of the productive processes in any country. And in Brazil, it's not different. So the National Program of Productive Forests, which is the one under my coordination, we are starting the program in Pará because of the importance of that stage, the process of deforestation that happened there, and it's still happening. All the potential that we have there, the restoration of the productive chain, restoring biomes, which is not a simple task in a chain. So it's important the development of knowledge. The project has done this for technical and an extensionist. They have this obligation of generating a credit technical project for the Pronafti line with the forest, which is a modality that has supported cacao in the states of Pará and Bahia. We want to diversify this portfolio. And like this, we can leverage this modality of credit with the generation of new coefficients and with this new program. The other part is to generate coefficients for the payment and to project value. How do we do the valuation? According to the cost of work and of opportunity. I coordinated a program that was called To the Environment. I am Embrapa researcher, and I worked under this coordination, and now I am coordinating productive forests. And in that opportunity, we valued that the first step for sustainability is to add 30 daily days of work. And with that, the project was going to generate other coefficients and other processes like diversification of systems and the removal of risk problems, etc. As for the COP, the first project that will be introduced in April will work in 20 new places with 1,600 families, and we will build this process so that these three groups become a window that can be visited during the COP so that national and international participants can get acquainted with this work of productive restoration. And in the case of Brazil, 50% of the species are indigenous and 50% of vegetable coverage. This can be included not only within the productive side, but also in the environmental legislation. So we believe a lot on this part of the program. And here is the invitation to work together and build this shop window so that people can understand what is the system that produces the food and will meet the targets of investigation using two fronts. One, where we have the National Plan of Recovery of Indigenous Vegetation, which is a partner of ours, and the PRONAVAC has this target of recovering 12 million hectares, and this promoted by the program. We will deduct this part, and we have our targets of reduction of carbon. And Brazil is one of the 129 countries signatory of this process, and we have also this initiative of collaborating this part. Thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate Imafora for the partnership. Thank you very much.
Oi. Bem, bom dia a todas e a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Before anything else, thank you very much to the UK Embassy for this opportunity and the support it has extended to sustainability projects in Brazil. And at this moment, I'd like to thank the partnership with Imaflora that is helping us in ongoing processes. So MDA showed concrete actions, but for the finance ministry, the look is a bit broader. Carol has talked about ecological transformation and our initiative. So I'm going to talk about one of the topics that the ministry is coordinating, which is the taxonomy of sustainable initiatives. And last week we were in Colombia together with the finance ministries of other 14 countries. So we learned about the taxonomy of Colombia, of Mexico. We were exchanging experiences to try and learn from the mistakes of other countries so that we can move ahead more quickly. And taxonomy gains an importance because by the end of the year, we expect to have concluded the basics of taxonomy, and this will influence all the financing projects of financial institutions in Brazil, but also a set of ministries. And to us, the challenge is much bigger because we're trying to innovate owing to the diversity of our agriculture. And taxonomy will help us to discuss the Safra plan. One thing is to discuss taxonomy for large projects. Now, in financing, where we have over 1 million agreements being signed for rural credit, to talk about taxonomy and how government action can interfere and focus these investments to reduce emissions and to adapt to climate changes. It's a great challenge because the simpler and easier thing is to do a big project that will do greenwashing. And we want to avoid that. So in Brazil, in addition to discussing the sustainable finance taxonomy, bringing finance and social together, we want to innovate elsewhere. In addition to establishing sustainable routes in taxonomy, we want to rate rural property, sustainable or not sustainable. And after we have the rating of these properties, all the prism of the financing will be much more interesting because the property itself tends to be sustainable. And here, highlighting a few aspects for those of you who monitor the farming policy in Brazil, we have robust finance in terms of credits for family businesses and industrial businesses. And over the years, the government has done a few initiatives focused in sustainability. In 2010-11, we had the ADC plan, which fostered agriculture of low carbon. And over the same period, we banned financing to embargoed areas in the Amazon. But now, under Lula, last year, we have started doing a few additional initiatives from the punitive point of view or the incentive point of view. And what did we do? First of all, we expanded the ban on financing, which in the past used to be to embargoed areas or to confrontation with indigenous land. And now it's the whole property. So today we ban financing not only for that area that is over encroaching on indigenous land, but we now ban financing of the property as a whole, which shows what we're doing. And we have expanded this all over Brazil. So
No sentido
This is a line of punishment. Now, on the positive side, we provided discounts for properties, for those properties that have proved that they respect the environmental legislation, or if they hadn't in the past, they are now striving to do so. So last year we launched and we're implementing over the coming days a new resolution that will provide discount rates for those who have sustainable practices or good cattle ranching practices focused on mitigation and adaptation. I think it took us 8-9 months for us to come up with this proposal precisely so that it wouldn't be greenwashing. And we're going to enforce this discount after certification of properties. And this is where we start the discussion. How can we have the support of Imaflora so that we can create more robust monitoring mechanisms to monitor massive operations? It might be 10 hectares or 5,000 hectares. So how can we have that in a simple way that will not block credit for the smaller ones? And then the discussion with the Ministry of the Environment, since we are focusing at large and medium-sized producers, the idea is to expand to family farming. And the project is going to help us on these two issues. The model that we're dealing with now, we are interpreting as a preview of the taxonomy. After the taxonomy is implemented, we will incorporate it with the project ongoing. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Incredible contribution that agriculture is providing to COP30. It's such an important industry in Brazil, so it's great to learn of the UK PAC support. In addition to agriculture, we'd like to hear from another perspective from FUNAI, how we can work together in the run-up for COP30. Janete Carvalho, Director of Land Protection of FUNAI. Thank you very much. I'd like to greet the UK Embassy and Erica and the entire team who have been with us from the beginning of the year, now going into the indigenous world, reconstructing the indigenous policy that was broadly attacked, particularly with the creation of the Indigenous People Ministry, which is iconic for Brazil. It's the first time in the history of Brazil that we have a ministry dedicated to indigenous people. And FUNAI is part of all of this. And we're also updating ourselves. And now we're no longer the Indian National Foundation. Now we are the Foundation of Indigenous People, which is much more appropriate to represent a partnership that we have with over 305 indigenous peoples that inhabit in Brazil. And we have 3 lines. I'd like to send special greetings to the coordination of indigenous organizations in the Brazilian Amazon, COAB, which is our coordinator. And in this reconstruction of the indigenous policies and broadly recognized in the world and in a number of COPs, the titling and protection of indigenous land and the strengthening of indigenous people are mechanisms necessary to the world, not only to fight climate change, but also for us to consider the organization and the use of resources, natural resources that we can learn from indigenous people, and thinking about the institutional and constitutional obligation to title indigenous land, a project that we're starting now in 2024. It started in 23 from conception until now for us to actually start implementation. We have 3 lines that we believe are very important. First of all, continuity and support to land titling, following the diagnostics to identify indigenous land, thinking about land titling that is so necessary to avoid conflicts and loss of rights, and particularly together with IBAMA and the Ministry of the Environment, INPE, and other organizations of traditional peoples. We have another line, which is the environmental and land management of indigenous lands and the appreciation of sustainable use of natural resources of indigenous economies, bringing or granting them the protagonism that they deserve. And therefore, along this line, in cooperation with indigenous organizations, because you cannot do indigenous policy without a natural partnership with indigenous organizations. So we want to do monitoring for environmental recovery. Many of the indigenous lands in every biome, they need environmental recovery. And in our project, together with the UK Embassy, we'll move along this line. And we will also move to educate people about climate change and how indigenous peoples could contribute in this fight to climate change, preserving biodiversity and appreciating the national knowledge. So it's great that we can have your support, and we must remember that not only FUNAI and the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, everybody, all the managers are indigenous from all biomes in Brazil at FUNAI. I am the only one non-indigenous director, and it's up to me to support their management and to continue their century-old work to regulate, protect, appreciate, and support indigenous peoples in their processes, in their economies, in their way of life. Because for us in Brazil, indigenous people are part of the solution. Thank you. Thank you, Janete. It's great to hear about the projects with indigenous people. And now I'd like to hear from states. We have Leo from Acre, Lígia from Mato Grosso. So from the point of view of states, how do we see forest and agriculture? What can we do in terms of state projects for COP30?
Bom, acho que de fato a caminhada para a COP30, né, para apresentar os
I think
resultados.
that towards COP30, for us to come up with results, the complicating thing is time. We're falling behind. But I'd like to highlight the efforts of the state of Mato Grosso. And we've come a long way to reverse these processes, and talk not only about what we must still do, but what we have started doing, particularly with the support of the German and the UK governments. We have come a long way, and we've done important things, impacting 30,000 people, 43 indigenous peoples that have benefited in 5 segments of traditional communities. And now we have the opportunity, with the renewal of this program, to expand the project. We expect to continue with the agenda of command and control of deforestation, but also to strengthen bioeconomy and to strengthen and empower indigenous populations and forest peoples,
apoiando, fortalecendo
and supporting and strengthening the value chains that we work with. But beyond that, we have another front in the environmental secretary of Mato Grosso. It's an old topic, but it's not been done, which is environmental regulation. And this is very important, and it impacts everybody in a visible way. So the environmental secretary will announce tomorrow a new phase of innovation in environmental regulations with a digital car. And our goal is by COP30 to have approved 50% of all cars of the 66 municipalities that fight deforestation, and we need your cooperation so that we can have the water basins that are fed in our system. And in April, the state will launch the state plan of restoration.
Para que a gente possa reverter aí o
support so that we can stop degradation of 1.8 million hectares, and this in line with the agenda that we must forge ahead with, which is the compensation of areas. And these are the three highlights. And other fruit and other investments to our state are being brought by these plans. We had investments in phase 1, and phase 2 is here, and we have other programs that are down the road, fostering our strategies. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, Erica and the UK Embassy. Thank you very much for this invitation to talk about the UK and Brazil partnership. To us at Acre, it's a great joy to see this, because the UK has been a strategic partner for many years through the RIM program. And as regards, we are in the second phase already, and we're heading towards the third phase of RAIN. But thinking about COP30, our plan is very serious, and we have a number of partners. We are seeking to take the opportunity of this new cycle of deforestation in the Amazon, particularly in Acre. We've had important results in terms of reduction of deforestation, 30% reduction, and this is enabling us today to seek certification in the high integrity standard. And we have three major challenges. First of all, to obtain the eligibility, there are many technical criteria, and in this respect, the UK is helping us, supporting us with technical and legal support through a consultancy, because we must connect to the buying demands with the possibility of selling future credit. We are negotiating with the LIFT coalition, together with the M, who is the coordinator of the coalition, so that we can come to COP30 with visible results to speed up financing and to join efforts. Now we have rain and we have the Amazon Fund. Acre is going to receive a bit more resources and also funds from the UK. So all of these efforts plus LEAF, we want to put all of this together to promote an ever stronger financing agenda for the state of Acre. We all have a track record, and we all had to have the legal backbone that enables us to receive these funds, but we must speed up because Acre lately has been suffering with extreme events from climate event. Every 6 months, if it's not the floods, it's the droughts, and the populations, riverbank populations and indigenous peoples are taking the pinch. Those who are in the forest are those who suffer the worst effects of climate change. So through this technical work, we want to look for alternatives to bring more funds to our system and to refinance these practices. And agriculture is a very important aspect to strengthen family agriculture.
Acho que pode não dizer que é direcionar, mas apresentar.
And we want to show that these two worlds can live peacefully. Our grain harvest was much bigger lately, and at the same time, we are trying to balance this out with a softer impact on deforestation.
So I believe that Acre has a good path to reach in COP30 with high integrity carbon credits available to have more access to climate finance and to transform this to good things for those who live in the forest. Thank you, our partners. Thank you. It's very nice to know all this climate ambition that the states have, and I'm very happy to see that we will need more days for COP30. So much that the states have to show. Brazil has to show so much also to the world, and we hope that we can move on this journey very well to show everything nice that we have. And to close, and then we can go for lunch, I would like to invite Debbie and Andrea for their final remarks in closing. Andrea?
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Better? Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here, especially to hear about Partnerships for Forests. 10 years ago, I approved that program and worked on the initial design with colleagues back in the UK. And it is a real delight to see now how it has matured. Last week, I was in Paris State with some of our colleagues, visiting some of the Partnerships for Forests programs and participants and farmers. And again, it was a real privilege to see the impact and the very real impact that it has on the ground. I'm also a consumer of many of the products that have come successfully through the Partnerships for Forests program. It is when you see the trainers, the products that are appearing on the UK shelves, you can see that the route to market has been very sophisticated and very impactful. So I think that one of the really big headline messages that I've been hearing here in Brazil, which we also hear in the UK, is that farmers cannot be in the green if they're in the red. Is the way that it's expressed back at home. That actually farming has to be farming sustainably has to be economically viable. And so I think the work we've been talking about very much with partners here has been about the supply chains and thinking about how we can get these additional benefits recognized and paid for within those supply chains. And again, I think many of the partners here are showing how you quantify that, how you measure that, and then how you price that in, and also what it looks like to be paid a fair price, and doing the technical assistance to empower the community organizations to say no when the price is not fair is also a very important kind of impact. Alongside that, the UK is also doing a lot of work on traceability and transparency, trying to think through how that can make differences through the supply chains. We have new legislation in the UK called forest risk commodity legislation, which is looking at particular supply chains and how they we will work with the Brazilian system to improve that traceability. But the point on scale, I think, was very powerfully made on our field visit last week about how it's very important to move through to think about how to bring forward more concessional finance and to think about how individual projects can have a powerful demonstration impact to shift practices to more sustainable models. It's a very powerful example, but the agriculture has to be economically viable. So we're really, the UK is very happy to be a key partner with Brazil really on the bioeconomy and really celebrates many of these bioeconomy deliverables in P4F after so many years. And we also really congratulate Brazil on being, putting bioeconomy at the center of the G20 presidency and creating this initiative to really be an important forum for discussion. We're very much looking forward to bringing through the experience from Partnerships for Forest and also Rural Sustentável, a program we have been doing with MAPA to think through how we bring that experience and mobilize more private sector engagement. So we're very excited about the new project with the Ministry of Rural Development focusing on sustainable agriculture and delivering at COP30. And we're also looking forward to really building on some of the work from P4F on areas like payments for ecosystem services, on some of the high integrity carbon markets and the biodiversity credits, which will be important as we look through the G20 for COP16 on their CBD and then ahead to COP30. So thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted finish by saying an enormous thank you to all of our speakers this morning. You all bring extraordinary experience and a really helpful range of perspectives, which come to bear on one of the biggest challenges that we face, which is how to halt and reverse forest loss. And in the UK government, we are absolutely clear that this is vital because we will not be able to meet our goals on sustainable development and on climate and nature without protecting and restoring forests. So we are delighted and we congratulate you that COP30 will be hosted in Belém. We see that as a really unprecedented opportunity to accelerate action on that goal of halting, reversing forest loss that was agreed at COP28 in Dubai. But more than that, as you've described this morning, Brazil is really showing the way on how we bend the curve on deforestation and bear down on deforestation. And what was very striking in the presentations is this is really complex. There are so many different actors. You've talked, it was great to hear from Janet on land titling. We've got multiple levels of government involved. We've got multiple stakeholders, and we need a variety of economic models that can really help change the incentives and make sure, as Andrea said, that those people who are dependent on the forest can depend on the forest in a sustainable way and in a way that is ensuring that they are custodians of the forest and thinking about the sustainability and the stewardship. And your presentations really have set out some of the different actions that are needed. We're really proud of the work that we've been doing to support P4F through in Latin America for the last 6 years and trying to drive forward a sort of pioneering approach to bioeconomy. And I think now, you know, Brazil, we are learning so much from you and what you're doing in this space. And it's wonderful because we can take that to other areas of P4F that are working in other parts of the world as we learn from Brazil's experience and share that. And obviously we need to work incredibly closely with indigenous people and local communities to ensure that land rights are protected. So I'm really delighted today that we're announcing the new pact project to work with FUNAI to support land studies and enable indigenous people and local communities to strengthen their organizational management skills. It's so important that we're empowering, supporting those communities to really be able to drive forward what they want to do in the way they want to do it. But we also need to develop new ways of financing forest protection and restoration. Again, we've heard quite a lot about that this morning. And we think, you know, there will be a variety of economic models. P4F has explained some of them. Andrea's talked about biocredits. We also think that high integrity forest carbon markets have the potential to provide significant resources. And that's why we're a co-founder and investor in LEAF, which is an initiative designed to support those high integrity forest carbon credits. So it was fantastic to hear from Mato Grosso and from Acre, and I'm really delighted that we're going to be providing this new package of technical assistance to those two states to support you as you work towards those LEAF purchase agreements. And I feel like we have a really strong common endeavor as we work towards COP30 and use that as an opportunity to really bring the world together around this set of problems. And I think Brazil is absolutely leading the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Andrea. So, eu acho que com isso a gente termina o painel. Queria muito agradecer aos parceiros que estão aqui.
I would like to thank all the partners here in the panel as we finish this panel, and also thank you who stayed here until the end. Bruna, it's your turn.
Muito obrigada. Então, muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the panel, for our last panel, for their contributions for our forest system. And to close this morning, I would like to thank all the partners who are here and who are part of this partnership. This was the feeling that we wanted to bring to you, that the partnerships with Brazil is a platform. We showed a part of our program, but we have much more to show. And in addition, the ambassador also said that our commercial cooperation, our team in São Paulo of trading will be joining an event about the possibility of trade in this business. And what we want to convey is this feeling that the partnership is much more than this. And this is the sense that we want to make this platform get closer to all these needs. And the idea is that you can also tell us what you expect from us. And thank you once again, the team that worked in this event, the colleagues from ICS and from CoLab that were with us, and all the efforts of all our team, and especially Santiago that coordinated this process. Thank you very much. We continue together.